j'ai payé mes 5 euros, je viens. Tu vas bien? Enfin voilà, c'était une... je me suis dit, est-ce que je propose?
parler plus vite.
Ouais.
Ah ok.
C'est pas possible. C'est juste pour annoncer la dame.
Oui justement, mais micro-main c'est aussi bien.
Ok, très bien. Ouais. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Bienvenue pour...
Hello, everyone, and welcome for the second day of our summit meeting on the B plan. After rich exchanges yesterday on the currency and debt, the roundtable this morning will be devoted to possible shifts in terms of international trade in Europe and internationally. But first and foremost, it's a real pleasure to welcome Stefano Fassina, former Minister of Finance in Italy and one of the men behind the summit meeting for the B plan. Stefano, over to you.
Good morning, and thanks a lot to everyone. Thanks a lot to Jean-Luc. Thanks a lot to Zoe. I am very happy to be here in this second round of a journey we started together last September. And together now we can move on and reach very important goals. Since we met last time, many things changed in Europe. Unfortunately, changes were not always for the better. We cancelled our scheduled meetings in November here in Paris because terrorist attacks killed many innocent people. And after the Charlie Hebdo massacre, another, even cruel massacre happened. Our deep condolences to the families of the victims. We need to update our analysis. The economy matters, but as we have seen in the election in Greece and in other countries, people's choices are based on many issues. Now, fear of migrants is the one dominating them. The effect of the war in the Middle East met and are meeting our life. Now, they are not only images on the media and social network. The death of innocent people happens not only on the European shores, but on our street. Immigration of war refugees and asylum seekers, in addition to immigration of people escaping poverty and desperation, become a priority on the policy agenda of all governments. The answer of the European governments is embarrassing. In some cases, it brings up to our minds the ghost of the worst European past, not vanished once for all, but still here. In these weeks, the EU governments are discussing on revising and even removing the Schengen Agreement for free circulation of EU citizens and aliens with the EU member visa. If government backtrack on the Schengen Treaty, it is a consequential mistake. In this context, I was impressed by how quickly was reached the agreement for conceding fiscal space above the limits of the fiscal compact for military and defense expenditure. For social security expenditure, never, was impossible. For military security, immediately. despite it's clear that the terrorists are entrenched in EU cities and grow in challenging neighbors among disenfranchised young men and women. It was right to take fiscal space for policy and military spending. It's wrong to resist for social security. The migration crisis piles on economic crisis. On the economic ground, there is nothing to add to what we said in September and to what we share. In a nutshell, the euro is unsustainable because it's based on the evaluation of labor. It's a fact, it's not an opinion. 5 months passed from the beginning of September last year when we met and when we launched the Plan B manifesto. The facts during the last 5 months confirmed our assessment. Just a couple of examples. Despite the QE, the quantitative easing from the European Central Bank, inflation is still very below the 2% threshold. The banking sector is still in dangerous condition, especially in some countries, and an effective banking union is still missing. Labor numbers improved just a little, just marginally, as a consequence of the euro devaluation. But it's a very difficult route. It's an unsustainable route, at risk of currency wars, as the monetary policy of the Bank of China indicates. On politics, and this is relevant, there are very contradictory but interesting developments. Let's look at the result of some national election. In Poland, there was the triumph of the extreme right. But election in Portugal and in Spain delivered a clear defeat of the conservative parties and a strong performance of the left. I congratulate again with our comrades of Podemos and our comrades of Portugal. The Socialist Party keep declining, but here is the good news that we should consider. Some section of the socialist family are awakening after 3 decades of neoliberal sleep. When we met in September here in Paris, Jeremy Corbyn was just nominated leader of the UK Labour Party after a crushing victory in the country of the neoliberal third way. Later in Portugal and Spain, the socialist parties inverted the familiar road toward the grand coalition with the conservative parties and decided for an alliance with the left based on an alternative agenda to the Berlin, Frankfurt, and Brussels consensus. We should be aware of the movements on the political ground. EU is at a crossroad. On the right, the xenophobic, nationalistic regression is going on. On the left, a pro-labor progression could be open. The right-wing forces are suffering fear and insecurity of people suffering social and economic stress and lacking any hope of a credible improvement of their condition despite the mainstream media propaganda. What do we do on the left? We have to produce a cooperative, pro-labor, progressive way for affirming the national interest of each of our countries. We should resist, this is my view, pressure against dismantling the Schengen Treaty and try to channel the dramatic search for security towards radical changes of the Eurozone agenda. A year ago, European institutions prepared the 5 President report. It's a roadmap to a crash. It's a roadmap to consolidate the current unsustainable and undemocratic framework. Now that the report has been marginalized by even more conservative forces, we should not sit on our hands. We should launch a campaign for the People Report, for the European People Report, for a pro-labor Eurozone to face the 5 President report. We should launch a European citizen initiative, including the Plan A, I mean the main correction for a functioning pro-labor Eurozone, despite we know this is quite unrealistic. And then the alternative route, a pro-labor Plan B, envisaging the reconstruction of a European monetary system as proposed by our friends and comrade Oscar Lafontaine, integrated with possible intervention on capital control, as discussed here yesterday. In the Plan A, we should include, for example, the revision of the ECB statute for a fully fledged lender of last resort. And then we should also include the lowering of the ceiling on each country trade surplus to 3%, for example, of GDP, and introduce sanctions on violation as severe as the one that are included in the fiscal compact on fiscal deficits. In the Plan A, we should also include the stop to the TTP. In this context, and this is the discussion we are going to have this morning, we want to double our efforts to stop the TTP in the European Parliament and in each of our national parliaments. In our Plan B, to be very simple, there will be control on capital circulation. On the other side, on the right side, the control on circulation of people. Finally, and this is important, this is politically important, we need to strengthen our network and our discussion and initiatives. We are going to conclude this conference with a very important statement, a statement for a standing Plan B conference in Europe. It's a very important step forward. We are committing ourselves on an ambitious roadmap. Spain in February, Germany in summer, and then at the beginning of next year, 2017, in Rome, in the year when the 60th anniversary of the Rome Treaty is celebrated. We have a lot of work to do. I think we should really be committed on the roadmap we are going to decide here today. I am sure, and conclude, together we can build the foundation for the left of the 21st century in Europe. I wish you all a very fruitful discussion, and thank you for your attention.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much, Stefano Fassina. We can now move on to the different roundtable meetings this morning. In the plenary room, we will be hosting the roundtable on winning back and economic sovereignty. In room 269, the roundtable on new cooperation policies, and in 233, the roundtable for climate, social, and commercial justice. Please go to the roundtable in which you are the most interested.
Toi, après ici.
Et celui-ci marche. Voilà. Bonjour.
If you want to be on time this morning, please be seated so that we can begin with the presentations. We'll be talking about winning economic power. We have already spoken a lot about that yesterday. Our various speakers will be presenting their perception of recovering economic power through a review of free trade and the impact it has had on state competition, on their systems of social protection, the normative systems, and how today there's an imperious need to win back economic sovereignty, which is actually democratic sovereignty. What democracy will we have tomorrow outside of the framework of calling into question these free trade agreements? We have Marina Albiol, Spanish Eurodeputee from Izquierda Unida, the United Left Wing. Jean-Luc as well, co-founder of the Tunisian Observatory of the Economy, a think tank set up after the 2011 revolution, seeking to strive towards a more democratic economy, making the right political choices. She was previously spokesperson for a network called Asset on auditing the debt. Mr. Morvan Burel, tax customs inspector professionally, but he's speaking here as the member of the Sud Douane, Solidaire Douane. Professionally, he was very much involved in protectionism, and he broadened his concerns to cover the lost sovereignty of peoples and how to win back sovereignty for the people. First, I'll give the floor to Marina Albiol, asking her, or all of you, please, to try to stick to 10 minutes maximum, maybe maximum 15 minutes. Otherwise, I'll have to send out desperate signals to tell you to go faster. Over to you, Marina. Thank you. It's a great pleasure to be here with you this morning for this debate, which is key today. The title of this roundtable is How to Recover Our Economic Sovereignty. I believe the first question is sovereignty for what? And sovereignty for whom? And if we talk about recovering sovereignty, we must also ask ourselves if we have ever had that sovereignty. We must therefore give a precise content to a rather abstract concept. I would call it sovereignty of the people and for the people. And yet, if you clarify things even more, you must be able to speak about recovering sovereignty that we have never had. Otherwise, you'll have to speak about conquering the right for the peoples of Europe to decide upon their fate. When we analyze the consequences of the crisis in Europe, it is important for us to analyze and go well beyond how the crisis has affected the various states in the European Union. If we do not do it that way, we'll be closing the door on our ability to understand as well as to seize the alternatives that we must offer in light of the serious situation. Certainly, the crisis and austerity policies have had and differentiated repercussions in the various countries. Clearly, countries in the south, Spain, Portugal, Italy, on the periphery, are suffering from the consequences of the crisis far more dramatically, with more unemployment, more precarity, more poverty, territorial differences that have always existed and that have become more acute with the crisis. If we bear in mind that austerity policies, what we have seen in all countries is a huge transfer of income from labor to income from capital. We must focus on the differentiated repercussion of the crisis on the different social classes. Otherwise, our analysis would be erroneous. Clearly, the working class in the more powerful countries had better conditions for working in capitalism with greater productivity because they had better conditions. But inequality also emerged very crudely there. Ask when you think of German workers with their mini jobs. And yet, we believe that we must be clear about the enemy. We must clearly realize that Germany is exploiting us in Spain. It is an ally with the German bourgeoisie. Merkel and Draghi, we're talking about a sovereignty we have never had. The powerful forces in our countries, the allies of those in Germany, France, or Italy, and organized in the European Central Bank or the International Monetary Fund, these are the dominant classes in the various countries that have placed the European institutions at their service. We have the concrete example of Greece. In Greece, clearly the sovereignty of the Greek people has been violated, but not the sovereignty of the Greek state, because the Greek working class had to overturn a government of Greeks, New Democracy and PASOK, to be able to defend a policy in favor of the majority. It was also a government of Greeks and the Greek parliament that accepted the Troika's demands. The overturn that took place in Greece certainly leads us to think about the European left wing and the EU itself. This European Union, which is born of agreements with the Maastricht Treaty, represents the European model that we do not want. European Union and everything that comes out of it, its institutions, also its financial system, its currency, its treaties, its borders, all of these are instruments of the powerful, built for the powerful, and by the powerful. These are instruments that were created to protect their interests and certainly to increase their profits. The Europe of the International Monetary Fund, the European Central Bank, the European Commission, all these bodies that take decisions and impose measures that are beneficial for the dominant classes in the various states. Europe also bends to the imperialist interests of the United States and uses NATO to generate more poverty and more misery around the world. Europe that stands against immigration, that with the crisis has shown its most cruel face, and with the TTIP is making one step further, ensuring that multinational firms draw up laws and the parliaments are merely intermediaries. Europe as a capitalist project and you as the expression of this project require an analysis today and to position yourself as a transformative left wing. But if there's one thing we can assert is that the problem of Europe goes much further than just a matter of currency. We're also talking about economic sovereignty, and you must go well beyond just the issue of currency. The crisis and inequalities in the various EU nations, and especially when you think of the differences between social classes, do not start with a single currency, but they are inherent to capitalism that existed before we had a single currency. This is why we must clearly realize that our problems are not rooted in the existence of a single currency, and the solution does not consist only in abandoning the single currency. Quite the opposite. The single currency would be a fundamental base in a Europe where the left wing and the working class would hold the reins of power. The problem is that it's not the single currency, but the interests of those in charge of that single currency. To give you one example, what would happen if the Spanish state were to abandon the euro? This would it allow us to recover economic sovereignty? If by economic sovereignty we understand by that who decides on the economic policy in Spain? No, we will not recover that. Economic sovereignty until has been exercised by the Spanish bourgeoisie with the euro, as they did with the peseta. And yet, we believe that to recover sovereignty, it will not be only by abandoning the currency. Another thought, if the left wing were to come into government, if we had a left wing government that were to fight really for the best interest of the working class, that would lead us to break away from EU policies, and therefore it is likely that it would be expelled from the euro system. This is something that must be explained clearly to be prepared. But it's one thing to know that our policy can lead to the or being expelled from the euro. And it's another thing to look at the social problems and the solution to those problems and the exit from the euro as an objective. Now, neither within nor outside of the euro will we find solution for workers. The only solution is to exit capitalism. If we wish to change the rules of the game, we believe that there is no other option but to place resources in our hands, because while the few control the strategic sectors of the economy, banking, energy, communications, the objective will be private profits at any cost, and therefore there's no other way to achieve our objective for the European left wing in general, so that all Europeans will have bread, work, housing, social welfare. All of this can be obtained only if we guarantee that the economic resources in the strategic sectors of the economy are in the hands of the society, in the public hands, controlled publicly and democratically. It is only then, by controlling the strategic resources, can we reduce the working hours, the retirement, decent minimum wages, housing rights, social welfare. In some states, such as Spain, all of this can be achieved only through a moratorium on the debt. Otherwise, of course, the government would not be able to carry out social policies. I stress that not paying a part of the debt is not sufficient if we do not democratically control the major enterprises, large corporations in energy or banking. Of course, all of this in view of a feminist Europe. We cannot speak about inequalities without taking into account gender inequalities, because our battle in the center and in the periphery is still a fight against capitalism, but also against patriarchic systems. I believe that all of this leads us to ask ourselves a question. Is this possible within the framework of the current EU? The left wings with the current goals of the of the euro? No. The defeat in Greece has shown that there's no alternative with this EU built with the rules of the game in favor of the powerful, with no alternative for the workers, neither in terms of its borders, currency, European Central Bank, TTIP, or TISA. Of course, the European left wing must also situate itself in light of the nation state. The solution should not lock us into our borders or national borders. It's not about save yourself if you can, but we cannot backtrack. We need a European constituting process. We believe that it is not easy. This is the challenge for the left wing today. We have a common enemy and therefore common battle of all workers in Europe. We believe that given the current reality, it is more important than ever before to have internationalism with all European workers coming together. A common enemy, the alliance between the dominant classes, the Spanish bourgeoisie or the Portuguese or Italian bourgeoisie with Greek and the rest, a common enemy, therefore, and we must find the way to position ourselves not with our respective bourgeoisies, but with those with whom we share the same class interests. Now, this is a paradox that is unbearable today when we look at the dominant classes who are so well organized, well coordinated. This is a paradox because we were the working class, the first to speak about these alliances reaching beyond borders. The dominant classes are very well organized today, but the working classes are unable to mobilize themselves together throughout Europe with a common responses throughout Europe. Capital will continue to impose its requirements on the people, and it's important for us to fight to win this new economic sovereignty. Thank you.
La parole est maintenant à Madame Jean-luc.
We're now going to hear Jean-luc. Thank you very kindly for having invited me to speak here. I've been invited to describe to you the situation in Tunisia and report on our experiences in Tunisia in the revolutionary process and the challenging of the economic model that has been underway since 2011. The critical issue is economic sovereignty. Before we consider how to recapture economic sovereignty, the first thing you have to do is identify the mechanisms and the processes by which that sovereignty has been taken from us. And we've been doing this since 2011, trying to identify by what process sovereignty has been wrested from us. 4 years after the revolution, we have yet to recover that lost sovereignty. So by what mechanisms can we create strategies for the medium to long term to reconquer that lost sovereignty? Now, there's a critical aspect of that sovereignty, which is the drafting of laws and standards in connection with economic policies, and that is the issue I'm going to focus on. How has it come to be that we, the Tunisian citizens, similar to the situation in Europe, we are not the ones who weigh in the most heavily into the drafting of policy, nor are our MPs the ones drafting the laws and policies. This strategy breaks down to two aspects. Through the Deauville partnership, we've been surrounded, been fenced in, and the second aspect of the strategy is the strategy of quick engagement. You hasten to negotiate with authorities as part of a transition process to force them, the governments that will then stand for election, to force them to make a number of commitments. And I will describe these aspects to you in details. Now, the fencing in. This is best reflected in the Deauville partnership, an initiative that on the 26th and 27th of May 2011 during the G8 summit was drafted. It's a partnership that makes it possible to form an alliance between the G8 countries, and we call it a cartel of international financial institutions, a group of international financial institutions. So this cartel and the G8 powers have organized their efforts to give access to loans to transitioning Arab countries in the midst of a revolutionary process. Egypt, Jordan, Yemen, Morocco, Tunisia, to lend money according to a number of prerequisites. And so we have the MENA Transition Fund, a technical assistance fund that's been made available. And I want to stress this because very little has been said about this. It's in fact a coordination of the international financial institutions joining forces to say, now we're going to give you access to these loans, but we will also provide support and technical assistance to allow you to implement these policies. Now, the technical assistance involves the drafting of laws, which is work that will be done with the input of foreign experts, rather than with the full participation of our MPs. Since 2011, since the revolution, none of the economic reforms, none of the priorities have been defined by the governments. Priorities have been dictated according to outside agendas, and beyond that, I have to say that these reforms aren't even drafted in Tunisia. The investment code, the public-private partnership, the competition law, these are strategic recastings of our national laws and policies. Let me give you more examples. What does all of this entail? You realize that the state is faced with an alliance that has hemmed it in, reduced its leeway in making political choices. It used to be that when you had the African Bank for Development, they had conditionalities. There was the Islamic Bank, the African Reconstruction and Development Bank. Those were all funding parties, but now the state cannot turn to those former sources of funding, and it now has to rely on outside funding. So this fencing in has been accompanied by micromanagement of Tunisian affairs by international financial institutions. That's number one. Number two, there is this pressure to sign up to free trade agreements. The first democratic elections had not yet been held when the European Union forced the transition government of the day to sign up to the free trade agreement that would add the service sector and agriculture to the free trade agreement. And the transition government must sign up to this agreement before October 11th, 2011, whereas the elections were to be held subsequently. So clearly, this was, we were rushed through this process. The transition government was weak. The political players were undecided. There was a lot of uncertainty. So we were rushed so that the state's maneuverability, room to maneuver, was restricted. We were pushed into these agreements. Now, the investment code, which has been drafted to regulate international investment flows, was signed just after the Deauville partnership. One of the private investors in Tunisia in the energy and finance sector made an endowment, and the Tunisian government was then supported by this endowment in the drafting of the investment code. So it was drafted with the SFI and the OECD. When we actually read the draft bill, we realized how much influence the foreign private investors had had in the drafting of the text. They tried to integrate as many mechanisms to protect investors as possible, the same type of protections as in bilateral investment agreements. For instance, the free repatriation of capital, so that the central bank cannot limit capital flight at a time when we need to protect our assets in currency. We are unable to do so. That mechanism has been done away with. We have international arbitration mechanism. It's no longer the national arbitration bodies that will be settling claims or litigation. There's also access to farmland. Only Tunisian physical persons could buy this land. It is also specified that these articles, these rights that are extended to investors, cannot be amended even by law. Just to illustrate to what extent the people who contributed to this draft bill were intent on protecting their assets. The investment code will be brought up for discussion very soon. And alongside the redrafting of that investment code, there's also the work on the free trade agreement with the European Union, the extended free trade agreement with the European Union. One of the critical items in that agreement is international arbitration, and that is subject to a great deal of controversy. Why must arbitration be international, and why is it objectionable? It's a mechanism that contributes to confiscate the work of drafting laws from the sovereign states. If you look at the arbitration at the the CRD, pardon me. The CRD judges a case, it will be basing its discussions on the investment code of the state or on the bilateral investment treaty. Well, those texts, particularly the bilateral investment treaties, only contain the rights of the investors and very few duties, very few obligations. So if you take things the other way around, that means that states are left with precious few rights and a large number of duties. So the ruling will be passed in a biased fashion. There will be no reference to the right to water or right to other resources. And that's where the battle needs to be waged, by crowding out the process, crowding the members of parliament out of the drafting process. These convention models being handed down by the European Union or the US, or they're ready to use. The government's role is limited to negotiating one or two critical points, but the drafting work has already been done. And these texts protect the rights of the investor, which is a critical problem. When states when the court finds against the state, that costs a tremendous amount of money. The penalties are very high. This is the very first time that the Tunisian state has been condemned by the CRD in a case against a Swedish company, and the Tunisian state will be paying a huge fine over a water rights issue. To conclude, let me say that once you've identified these confiscation mechanisms, the next step is to try to recapture your lost sovereignty. How do you do that? Well, we're still in the process of identifying those mechanisms and demystifying them. The technical jargon is quite difficult to understand. You have to simplify it and re-politicize technical assistance and say that clearly this is a way of conducting politics. There are direct impacts on Tunisia, which can work to the benefit of one interest or another. So we need to educate and create new paradigms when it comes to communication, for instance. We can't stay on the defensive. You have to take the initiative and start to educate our citizens about these critical stakes. And we, too, as citizens, want to be able to play our role in the realm of technical assistance. We want to support our decision makers, support our MPs technically, and try to fend off these foreign parties offering technical assistance and offer counter expertise to make ourselves heard and defend our interests and make sure that we are heard by the authorities. Thank you very kindly for your attention. Thank you. We're now going to hear Mr. Marwan Burel. Good morning. Thank you very kindly for having invited me here. This is a critical summit about the recapturing of lost economic sovereignty. Well, this requires that you observe that this sovereignty has been lost, and we're quite satisfied to note that this issue has again been taken up by the left. This struggle to recapture lost sovereignty is absolutely fundamental. People must be able to take control of their fate and do more than pay lip service to these critical rights. Economic sovereignty has been lost, and if you want to set a date to that loss, it would be the date of the mid-'80s when the communist hypothesis collapsed and economic regimes that offered alternatives to capitalism failed, leaving the battlefield entirely free to capitalism. Capitalism was able to operate unopposed as of that time. Capitalism acquired a very powerful lever from then on, the maximum profitability of capital through the free trade instrument. Regional bilateral agreements were entered into right through the WTO agreement. The fundamental treaty signed in 1986, the Single European Act, went into greater depth in the liberal construction of Europe. So the extension of free trade, the use of this lever, goes way beyond that what our wildest fears of 30 years ago. Capitalism has reached all of its goals. Social standards have been completely ruined, and the effects are devastating for 12 countries: deindustrialization, mass unemployment, the destruction of social protection mechanisms, and the so-called Southern Hemisphere countries or developing countries have had to make do with through labor dumping, have had to make do with single production models or industrial production models that produce goods that are destined to be exported entirely. So this is an international collapse of these policies we're seeing now. Look at Bangladesh, with the textile production industry, terribly adverse working conditions, thousands of deaths due to these terrible working conditions. You could quote any number of conservative pundits. One famous commentator explained that free trade was designed to overcome the protection of labor and protection of the environment. Free trade will force everyone to become competitive and export products to the development. The process has been very effective. This loss of sovereignty provoked by free trade has been entered into willingly by the governments that signed up to these agreements. They are entirely hostage to these principles. Competitiveness is the ultimate standard which justifies social treason and the complete ruin of retirement mechanisms and the like. Our elected officials in Europe have allowed the European Union to deepen its grasp on free trade. We talked about the Rome Treaty earlier. Right from the Rome Treaty, Europe was designed as a free trade area and seen by some as a tool that would make it possible to overcome the resistance of the working class. The common market model is based on 20th century capitalist models whereby competition solves all the problems. You can either sort to internal dictatorship by giving all the powers to an outside authority or to a central dictator-style government. The national and international policy can thus be brought into line. The speaker is reading at full speed. The European Union has been designed right from the start as a tool for free trade, as a tool making it possible to overcome popular sovereignty. This tool has been given even broader expression. Margaret Thatcher wanted to revive the deregulatory nature of the Rome Treaty. Again, reading at top speed. So, the fundamental freedoms to allow the free movement of capital, goods, or freedom of installation and service provision, which are critical to Europe, have led to an unprecedented situation. Liberalism has been legalized. It's been placed at the top of our set of standards, and all other rights, all other protection mechanisms must be subsumed to that end. So this consent to waive all our sovereignty is enshrined in the Transatlantic Treaty, not an exceptional treaty, as has been claimed. It's just a deepening. It's just the final touch on the process of eliminating customs tariffs and all barriers to products that didn't live up to European standards have been waived, and we've completely given up all the democratic principles that we held dear, and now liberalism rules the day. Free trade has completely annihilated democratic sovereignty, and recovering that lost sovereignty is an absolute necessity today. On the left, this theme of recapturing lost sovereignty and the imposition of practical measures with concrete measures is not yet a unanimous push. We still have to convince people that this is necessary to fend off free trade. We'll have to take concrete political measures, and these measures are protectionist in nature. So recapturing lost sovereignty requires acting on a specific territory. International sovereignty doesn't exist by definition, and as was said earlier, can that territory be the European Union? From what we've heard, I think that is not possible, given the fact that the European Union is fully liberal, as we saw in 2015 with the example of the choking and the crushing by Europe of the direct popular will. In 2007, through the Lisbon Treaty popular sovereignty as it had been expressed in France, rejecting the treaty was completely overcome. So the nation state cannot be said to represent a lost paradise. Without going into the details, the national elected officials have freely entered into this waiving of national sovereignty, so they are responsible in the end. Yet, the nation state today is a framework that is historically recognized as legitimate and could serve as the framework from which to launch this reconquest. It is there that we can mobilize alternative policies that can be mobilized using administrative means, state means, customs resources. Customs administrations have been set up on a national basis, and this is critical because customs policies have got to coincide exactly with the territories where these economic and social policies of an alternative nature will be entered into. These are the only safeguards to our national territorial equilibrium. Today, customs matters are delegated to the European Union. The European Union has used customs to further its liberal ends. Customs duties have gone from 45%, which is the level they were at just after the Second World War, and now that duty has dropped to less than 3%. The policy is ever more liberal. There's a lot of talk about borders today, but borders are primarily established for customs purposes. And the deepening of the European Treaty would only make the network even more liberal. 1% of the 10 million containers that come in through the port of Le Havre are actually inspected by the customs authorities. That's very little. So let me speed up, says the speaker. Indeed, you can't ignore the fact that any state that is determined to implement national policy will have to recover its tools of sovereignty. Protectionism is a critical tool in the hands of such states. Economic liberals have used that very tool to reach their goals, and so we similarly will have to use the right tools to fight free trade. Protectionism is not a political program, but it is necessary in order to achieve our ends. There is no risk of autarcy. We have to remember that to fight off the laissez-faire, there are a whole set of customs policies that are available. The carbon tax at the borders would be such a tool. There would have to be, it'd have to be imposed if we are to be effective. Recapturing lost sovereignty, using the tools available, which are again of a protectionist nature, would have to be put into perspective for a left wing that wants to be logical. The Social Democrats today are working according to their own lights and trying to oppose the flow of refugees, whereas borders are completely porous to goods of any stripe, and the Socialist Party is supporting TAFTA, supporting the customs union I mentioned earlier. So left wing worth its salt would have to support the idea of a border as being open to refugees and closed when it comes to letting just any good or service through. Thank you.
Merci à nos trois intervenants
I'd like to thank all three speakers for having stayed on time, as allotted. Q&A, starting with questions in Spanish. Are there any questions in the Spanish language? Yes, sir. The microphone is just behind you. Any questions in Spanish? Okay, fine. Could you introduce yourself? Or Italian?
Moro, I came from Italy. I am of the Foundation.
First of all, questions in Spanish.
Italian Refondation Communist Party. In this place, we are very interested in Plan B, and my intervention is related to the return to national sovereignty that cannot be confused with nationalism, in our opinion. The growth rate of GDP and fixed investment of developed countries has been below the world average for about 20 years. Western Europe is the area that have been registering the worst growth rates. The situation made worse after the burst of the subprime mortgage bubble, which started the so-called secular stagnation, comparable with the worst crisis of capitalism broken in 1873 and in 1999. But there is an important difference between the current crisis and the Great Depression. In the 30s, there was a general agreement about the need of state intervention in economy. Today, the Keynesian policies have been abandoned everywhere. The reasons of this change can be found in the transformation of capitalism from state monopoly capitalism into globalized capitalism. Today, the center of gravity of the accumulation of capital is not mainly domestic. The multinational and transnational companies are not interested in the growth rate of GDP and employment in Italy, France, Spain, Greece, or Portugal. They are interested in improving their ability to compete in world market by exports, foreign direct investments, and cross-border mergers and acquisitions. So big capital has lost any interest in a policy that supports domestic demand and in enlargement of state debt, which is considered an obstacle to its ability to compete in world market. European monetary integration is the main instrument of the European capital in order to reorganize the accumulation process according with the changes of globalization and to oppose the fall of the profit rate, shifting the costs of crisis of capitalism onto society and workers. The transfer of important responsibilities from national states to European organisms have permitted to bypass national parliaments' control over public debt. In this way, it has been achieved a double task: the decrease of the cost of production for enterprises by reduction of welfare and the deregulation of labor market, and the repositioning of a big share of national savings from public debt to capital markets. The realization of capital markets union is the last, but not the least task of European economic integration in order to facilitate merger and acquisitions and the growth of European companies, which are yet too little in comparison with American and Japanese competitors. For all these reasons, the return to national sovereignty, at least in some important issues like the management of public budget and debt, cannot be confused with the sort of revival of nationalism and with the political proposals of far-right movements. In current European context, it must be interpreted as a necessary instrument in order to oppose the reorganization of accumulation, which is oppressing the workers of Western Europe. It is precisely European monetary integration that is dividing the European workers and increasing far-right movements. The return to national sovereignty appears as a necessary but not sufficient condition in order to defend the material conditions of workers and democracy, State is not a neutral organism from a class point of view. States in Europe are more subject to capital accumulation than in the past, and the most important parties, both of center-right and center-left, are expression of neoliberalism, even though in different shapes, or are supporters of naive opinions which explain the current situation mainly as a consequence of corruption and inefficiency of politicians rather than as a consequence of the production relationships and of the crisis of capital. For this reason, it is necessary not only to return to national sovereignty, but even to achieve the power of directing state activities and the production not towards the interest of big private companies, but towards the interest of society and in particular towards the interest of workers and unemployed people. Firstly, this means that we must oppose the autonomy and independence of central banks. Secondly, this means that states must not only support demand through welfare and wages, but more of all support the supply by new fixed investments. In this period, only state can make productive investments. Private entrepreneurs have decreased the productive investments in Western Europe because the profit rate is not adequately high, and they have invested their money in plants or mergers abroad, in former public monopolies, and in financial speculations. In order to realize this, we need to build a new social and political bloc, which cannot include neither sector of internationalized capital, neither the parties, like those belonging to the European Socialist Party, that are supporting the reorganization of a capitalistic economy. It is possible to devise an exit strategy from the current crisis, according a leftist point of view, but only on the condition that we understand the difference between the current historical period and the past, and that we make consistent political choices. Thank you very much.
Bien, donc nous poursuivons dans le...
Let's continue with our Q&A session. Are there any questions in Spanish? No, no questions in Spanish. Questions in English? No questions in English either. Questions in French then? Yes, sir. Hello, Frédéric Vial. My question is mainly for Marina Albiol. We will all agree that what we're looking for is the implementation of progressist political programs with more in terms of retirement, sharing wealth in a nutshell. But I find it hard to understand the line of reasoning that consists in saying that per se, the euro is not a program in itself, and that exiting the euro is not a program in itself, but it's all about exiting capitalism. That makes me think of a line of reasoning that consists in saying that since we can't do 100 meters, you try to do 3 kilometers. It seems to me that at any rate it was said several times yesterday at the roundtable meetings that at no point in time that no one speaking about exiting the Europe says that it's a program in itself, and that it is something that we cannot contemplate exiting the euro without other measures: capital control, nationalization, socialization of banks, and repudiating the debt. That was said yesterday. So setting a goal of exiting capitalism, in other words, something that's very enviable but remote, maybe it would be more realistic to start by saying, what are the terms and conditions for us to be able to conduct progressist policies? And at any rate, and this is what I thought I understood from what was said yesterday, that would help to break down some locks that exist here today, amongst which the European Union with its liberal policy and the European Union with its Euro policy, they must be torn apart. They must be not reformed. You don't reform what cannot be reformed, but they must be put asunder, gotten rid of. Thank you for your question. I will try to explain a bit better our positioning that we defend with respect to the euro, because they're going in that direction, right? Clearly, what we say is that the problem with inequalities is not a problem of currency alone. You also have the treaties, the Lisbon Treaty, the Maastricht Treaty, the Rome Treaty, the TTIP, the TISA Treaty, the ECB. Currency is an instrument, and the problem is what interests are those currencies there for? The single currency, if you have left-wing governments, if you want left-wing governments to achieve it, wouldn't be a problem. The problem is that the currency corresponds to the interests of the powerful. We cannot propose anything for the left wing apart from exiting the euro, because in Spain, for example, when there was no euro, we had the peseta. There was very high unemployment. We had misery. We had poverty. In other words, in actual fact, the problem is with economic policies and not only with the currency. We feel that it cannot be a solution to just exit the euro. Now, what if we were to apply economic policies that would lead us to being expelled from the euro? That could be. The consequence is that we need to be consistent with our program and our left-wing policy. In that sense, the conclusion I arrived at is that when you speak about the fact that the goal is to exit capitalism, of course, by using, upon exiting the euro, exiting capitalism in actual fact. So that is the real solution for the working class. But it doesn't necessarily mean that we can't apply left-wing policies within that framework. So I believe that we should not abandon that ultimate goal. There you have it. Yes, sir. Are there other questions that have been prepared as well? Okay. Patrick Serrin, spokesperson for Sud Banque Populaire Caisse d'Épargne. 3 short questions for each speaker. For Marina, to control strategic sectors of the economy and banks in particular, is it really a necessity? Now, for you, what are the first measures that should be considered, and are there any concrete plans at the level of your organization? And then for Jihen, in Tunisia, is there a structured movement today that has been launched in fighting against the confiscation of democracy? And for Morvan, regarding banks and the circulation of capital, at the customs department, do you have sufficient resources for real control of capital, incoming and outgoing, taking into account the shadow banking system, where a lot of fortunes can be found? Well, the first steps, or the first measures, as you said, first of all, it is absolutely necessary to control the strategic sectors of the economy, put them in the public hands so that we can control our own resources. Secondly, invest in a tax reform at European level, focusing on those who earn the most. And that is only possible if we were to carry out an audit on a moratorium. These could be the first steps. From then on, by controlling resources, the debt, tax income, can we position ourselves in light of the public policies, minimum wages, taking care of pensions, health care. But all of this cannot be possible. You cannot conduct these public policies without first applying the prerequisites of exiting, of abandoning the debt, and putting the economy in public hands. To answer your question today, we cannot speak about a structured movement in Tunisia with respect to winning back economic sovereignty. But what we are seeing are initiatives that are starting more or less everywhere that have started to be more focused on these matters. Why isn't there a structured movement? The historical context and decades of dictatorship is such that organizing movements on these matters is complicated. The common goal of opposition movements was the fall of the dictatorship. Today, the development model is being called into question. So there are initiatives that are being organized at that point, but no structured movements as yet. It's a bit too early to speak about that. But it must be part of a medium and long-term strategy, and this is something we try to take part in. Building a force by and by over the medium and long term that will be organized to attain that goal. To answer your question on the actual capabilities of the administration, the custom authorities, or in the financial administration, as a matter of fact, to control the circulation of capital flows, the means available to administrations today are not sufficient for us to contemplate an efficient approach against the circulation of capital that would be illicit and that could be reinforced if the laws were there. Today, financial administrations, the General Inspectorate for Public Finance or Customs, or the anti-money laundering authorities, TRACFIN in France, they're clearly not equipped to cope with these challenges in view of the huge mass of capital in circulation. All three administrations, the Public Finance and Customs authorities, are on the front line in reducing staffing. Every year, these administrations lose thousands of jobs, and they can no longer cover the territory sufficiently. I know the customs best, where they control any faults in cash reported. Any amount over 1,000 euros would have to be reported. Customs are supposed to carry out controls to take note of any such flows. Employees doing that job in the field, you have less than 8,000 employees in those positions. Without going into any technical details, I can tell you, when you see what's happening in terms of resources for customs, and this can maybe extend it to European level, after the emotion created by the terror attacks in November, the President of the Republic, 3 days afterwards, said that jobs will be created in the repressive administrative authorities, public security. But he also announced a customs division, a few hundred lapsus, that's revealing a few hundred jobs that will be created. I'm so accustomed to saying jobs eliminated for 15 years now. But it really reveals how it's done. Because today, with the state of emergency, in the very liberal framework, security base, with a few hundred employees, but we're talking about controlling the flow of people at the inner borders and not at all in what we consider essential. In others, carry out checks on the flow of goods. So there's a revolution afoot today, and this applies throughout Europe, if you extend the area of this question today, the only European agency that really works is Frontex. Frontex is an agency that intervenes on migratory flows, and it uses national administration means, the customs in particular, but it's not there to be a European customs division. When you hear left and right about migrations, that we'll have coast guards. You should know that these are guards who would be dedicated to sending back migrants, whereas we consider, maybe marginally, but in trade unions, we consider that the customs historically are there to ensure the regularization of the flow of goods and capital. Thank you.
Il y avait une autre question.
There's another question here and there. Could you introduce yourself, please? Annie Plasson. But I'm from nowhere. Yes, you're always from somewhere. Just French. A question for Marina Albiel. I do understand that she thought that her program applied an exit from the euro, but without it being it's a condition that's not sufficient but necessary. Of course, it's not sufficient, but why don't you talk about exiting the EU? I think if you apply your program, that's a necessary condition, not sufficient, but necessary to apply that program. That's my first question. The second question is far more technical. Speak in the microphone, please. It's far more technical. I'm looking for his name. Guyen Jandoul. Well, from Tunisia, anyway. I don't know what it means. What the CRD means. What is the CRD? I'm so sorry.
Bon, je vais juste rapidement.
Let me explain very briefly what CRD is all about. It is a court that is a part of the World Bank Group. It is located on the premises of the World Bank, but financed also by the World Bank. It is there to rule on conflicts between state and foreign investors. That's what I explained briefly in my presentation. When decisions are handed down on those conflicts, it's primarily based. Is it okay for you? Of course, we propose exiting the euro not as a solution, but as a consequence to apply our left-wing policy, standing up against austerity policies by the ECB, leading to us being expelled from the UE. But it's not a program. Now, we believe that from the very beginning, the EU was built in view of the interests of financial capital, multinationals, and economic elites. All the instruments of the European Union, the currencies, treaties, borders, all the instruments were built for that, defined for that. When we say we need to build an alternative, we're talking about a European constituent calling into question the EU as it stands today. But we do not propose returning to the national state, to the state nation. We propose, as an alternative, but also at European level, this European constituent process with the alliance of all European workers. We do understand at the time when we have a global economy, we need a minimum framework with human and scientific resources to conduct a left-wing policy. We understand that this minimum framework is Europe to plan our economy and to get organized. This is why we do not reject Europe as such. But the European Union, as it is organized today, we must draw a distinction between the European Union and Europe. We want to build a European-wide alternative at the European level, but we understand that as defined today, the European Union has no future for workers. This is why I stress it is not just a matter of currency, it goes well beyond that. We're talking about economic policies and how they are defined and for whom they are defined, both with the euro and with the national currencies. It was already the case. As a result, in that sense, we believe that this is an alternative.
Ah bon. Alors, d'autres questions?
Other questions? Hi, I'm jean-luc. I'd like to start with an observation which has been inspired by your statements. Thank you very kindly for your statements. And then I have a question for Jean. I think that what has emerged from this discussion is that the recovery of our lost sovereignty is a full alternative, addressing not only economic and monetary issues that would somehow be isolated from the political context. You've all made connections between the economic, political, and institutional spheres. Recovering lost sovereignty, when people's get on the move, there has got to be an institutional expression of these demands for popular sovereignty. And I would urge you to take this line of reasoning even further in your national context. Is there something you could tell us about the prospects of institutional transformation and recovery of lost sovereignty? Now, my question about Tunisia is this. There is great concern. There is fear at the moment in the face of the social upheaval underway in Tunisia, which has a tragic aspect. What can you tell us about that? Because it hasn't been extensively analyzed on our side of the Mediterranean. What of the project of recovering lost sovereignty in Tunisia? What could you tell us about that?
Sí, una reflexión breve sobre la cuestión de la...
Regarding sovereignty, I would say this, says Marina Albiol. You've got to distinguish national sovereignty from popular sovereignty. I'm not interested in recovering lost national sovereignty. Clearly, I have no preference in that regard. Whether the powers that be that exploit me are Spanish, French, or Italian. And it's not a matter of recovering lost popular sovereignty, because we've never had that sovereignty. It's a matter of establishing popular sovereignty. That is really the key. You've got to distinguish between national and popular sovereignty. Recovering lost national sovereignty for the working class is of no interest. It's not meaningful. Before the construction of the European Union, we had national sovereignty, but the working class, the workers, suffered in exactly the same way as they're suffering today. So we want to establish, not re-establish, popular sovereignty. And we want the peoples of Europe to hold the future of their lives in their own hands. The institutional matter. Well, we have had the luck of, after 2011, of having a constituent assembly, and we lay the groundwork for principles and institutions that would make it possible for Tunisian citizens to make themselves heard. And we've tried very hard to influence the drafters of the Constitution in that way. Make sure that those factors were included. We don't have professional politicians. We have citizen MPs, and so they are easy to reach. They listen to what citizens have to say. We took advantage of that accessibility to try to get these principles written into the Constitution. The management of national resources should be in the hands of the people. This is a revolutionary article. It did not exist previously, and there will be fundamental changes required to make that possible. There will be a constitutional body set up for the protection of the future generations. A whole chapter devoted to decentralization and participatory democracy mechanisms at local level. So we worked very hard to get those principles written into the Constitution. This is a work in progress. The Constitution at the moment is nothing more than words on paper. They will have to be given concrete expression. We'll have to draft the bills that will give expression to this Constitution. We want to make sure that the legislative and institutional space, as you call it, are occupied by ourselves so that we can make sure that our concerns find expression. As to sovereignty, it's hard to say what the protests will lead to. They're scattered across the territory. They're very different in nature. They're principally made up of these unemployed degree holders, graduates, unemployed graduates. They are the primary participants in the demonstrations. So they're trying to influence the decision makers because if nothing is done, unemployment and poverty will remain at their current dire levels. For the moment, there's been hardly any thought given to the industrial policy that should be established in Tunisia. There's room for such provisions to be written into our principles. As I said, for the moment, it's hard to say which direction the protest movement will take the country, but it's still underway, and we don't yet know whether the claims will be voiced in such a way as to be actionable. Question: the neutralization of the analytical capability regarding economic affairs, do you think this is due to anything in particular? Well, yes. Just after 2011, the political players on the Tunisian scene had no time to reflect in depth on why the previous policies had been ineffective and what policies would be effective. We had barely freed ourselves of the previous situation. We were just sitting down to get to work when we were already caught up in binding agreements with the free trade partners. So clearly, the people who had entered into these agreements are to be blamed. The people who let themselves be hurried along are to blame, but responsibility also lies with those who did not make the diagnoses quickly enough and did not consider what type of development was desirable for Tunisia. And given that failure to act, we're in an unfavorable situation with respect to the balance of power. The players are highly divided. They don't know which way to turn. So clearly, with the new constitution, with the changes made to institutions, with the reforms that have been made, we have an opportunity not to be missed. We have a set of opportunities not to be missed in which we can truly make ourselves heard and strive to reach our own goals. Regarding recovering lost sovereignty and how to make changes to institutions to achieve that, I'm not an expert in constitutional affairs, but to me it's clear that, as I said, it's necessary to reposition sovereignty inside the borders of the nation states. At this time in our history, this is absolutely critical. It will not suffice. The nation state itself has got to be reformed. The relinquishing of sovereignty, again, was something that was achieved with the full participation of the elected officials. Why they decided to relinquish that power, we don't know. They've given up all responsibility. But to answer you quickly, the nation state has run out of democratic steam, and it's not so much an economic question as much as it is a democratic question. The European Union is a free trade area and has been emptied of all its democratic substance. I can't make a detailed analysis of our institutions, but I think the use of and the deepening of the frame of reference regarding issues related to the exercise of your sovereignty is an absolute necessity now. Remember the discussions about the European Constitutional Treaty? Those were highly democratic debates, and we've never had such debates since. So we should write into the Constitution that any change to a treaty, any commitment made that would affect the sovereignty of the people, or that should be the jurisdiction of the people, will have to be discussed by the people, and the impact on the economic and social spheres are direct when such free trade treaties are entered into. TAFTA, TTIP, whichever free trade treaty you look at, they've been negotiated with total opacity and no media coverage, whereas they're going to have huge impacts on us all. And economic sovereignty, which is a critical power of the people, must be decided upon by the people. There's got to be a full democratic debate, a debate by the citizenry.
Largement le temps de débattre.
We have plenty of time for Q&A if there are more questions. Thank you very kindly to all three of you for your comments. My question pertains to all of your statements. I'd be interested in hearing from all of you about the matter of whether in the world of trade unionism, has thought been given, inside the trade unions and between trade unions, has there been discussion of the emergency measures that could be taken by a left-wing government elected to power? Has there been discussion about the ecological reindustrialization? So for our friend from customs, this is not a particularly relevant issue, but possibly one of the two other speakers could react. Is the world of trade unionism doing anything about recovering lost industrial sovereignty? In the constitutional realm, yes. From what you said, there's some thought has been given to this, but thank you for your comments. Not really, I have to say. Trade unions are pretty national in their thinking. And the state of their thinking, I said at the beginning of my statements that sovereignty had become once again a focus on the left, but still rather marginally. And the same holds true for trade union organizations, the ones I'm familiar with, at least. I'm a member of a customs trade union, and I do enter into very fruitful discussions with trade unions from other industries. What I can say is that the historical confederations have taken up this matter of sovereignty and their ability to act. But this is still a moot point. Citizens are aware that what's lacking in political party programs and in trade union platforms, which are pretty comprehensive when it comes to social progress, are pretty silent on how to act. And how to act involves acquiring or having the necessary sovereignty. For the trade unions, the question is relations with political parties. In France, this is always a controversial issue because what is the relationship between the social movements and the political sphere? This is still a very lively debate, and not much new has been said recently. We're still treading water. Trade unions avoid taking up purely political issues, and the left-wing trade unions that are interested in social transformation feel that sovereignty is a right-wing issue, so they are wary of entering into that discussion. I personally raised the matter of the necessity of rethinking industrial sovereignty, and I was insulted I was called a bourgeois globalist, whereas food sovereignty is a moot point. Everybody agrees on that's an absolute necessity. And we work on food sovereignty in depth. But when it comes to reappropriating sovereignty of any nature other than food related, then the discussion bogs down, and industrial sovereignty is seen as the exclusive province of industrialists. And business operators. Sovereignty is the real contents of democracy. If you remove sovereignty, then democracy is a pretty hollow shell. So the challenge is significant. From what I understood about what happened in Greece, if a political party or if an alliance of political parties is elected on a social transformation platform, if it can't rely on a powerful social movement, look back in history and you will see that I'm right, if such a party can't legitimately claim to represent workers, then you can never achieve anything sustainable as that party. So clearly, institutions and trade unions have got to take up the issue of sovereignty in more than just a theoretical way. This is an urgent requirement. In the case of Tunisia, I would say that we have one main trade union, and it is a genuine political player. It weighs in heavily in the balance. When it comes to successful democratic transition, the UGTT, that trade union, has taken up a position that the democratic transition had to be successful at all costs. And so it has joined the national consensus to ensure that that transition would be successful. That's the position of that trade union. The UGTT during the transition was really focused on those challenges. There has been thought given to economic issues and the matter of sovereignty. There are several currents that are divided on this issue, and today there is no common position. There is no clear, highly structured, organized position regarding the recapture of economic sovereignty. Similar to what I was explaining, most of the political players, most of the parties in Tunisia have yet to arrive at a clear vision of how to reach that goal and what type of economic policy will be required to bring down unemployment, for one thing. Just like most of the political players on the scene, they have given this some thought, but no real progress has been made in hammering out a fully fledged position. I don't know if the trade unions, whether the trade unions have been addressing these issues outside of their own meetings, but when they organize struggles and demonstrations, this issue does come to the fore. Class trade unions in Europe and in Spain do participate in the struggle against the TTIP, which is seen as a head-on attack on national sovereignty. There will be a dictatorship of the multinationals if this treaty is signed. This will take us even further down the road of neoliberal policy. Democratic, environmental rights and public service will all be damaged. So this is seen as a real struggle for popular sovereignty, the opposition to this treaty. Now, if the European left conducts this discussion and analyzes these matters, well, then certainly the trade unions should do so as well. One of the keys today is to take back the streets and mobilize on the street in Europe. We've been given nothing. Everything we obtained was by way of rights was obtained through negotiation, through struggle. And the trade unions were instrumental in that process. When it comes to the alliance of workers for the conquest of our rights, clearly the trade unions played a critical role in that struggle, along with social movements and the left-wing organizations. So we have got to continue to drive the mobilization onto the street, to continue to acquire those rights and hang on to them. Question?
To all of you for an interesting debate. I just have a question for our comrade from Spain. My name is Nicolai Willumsen. I'm a member of the Danish Parliament representing the Red-Green Alliance in Denmark. And I think this is a very interesting topic. It seems to me that you, Mariana, like lay out what I would call a plan A to reform the treaties, have another European cooperation. But I think it could be quite interesting if you could come up, or if you could elaborate on your more concerning a plan B. Let's say, for an example, that we end up in the positive situation that there is a new election in Spain, the United Left and Podemos together win a majority, and you go to the negotiations with the EU and say we want to reform Europe, and Merkel says, no, you already signed up to these treaties, you already gave away your sovereignty, we will now use this, the power and the treaties to force you to do what we want, as we did with Greece. Then what will be the answer? Because then you can either be thrown out of the euro, you can be thrown out of the EU, or you can follow the line of Merkel and the content of the neoliberal treaties. And I think that is the problem we face in Europe, and we have to have a plan. And so I'm looking forward to hear for your elaboration on this.
Well, of course. Quite right. In the first part of my statement, I said that the left-wing policies, the policies we defend as transformative leftists, are there's no room for the expression of those principles in Europe. Look at Greece. It failed because the central bank and the treaties and those who govern us out of Europe left no room for the application of our left-wing policy. So if a left-wing government is elected to power, it will have to defend the working class, serve the interests of the working class, come what may. And I think it's quite likely that if we are coherent, if our political program is adhered to as it was presented for the elections, we would be ejected, we would be evicted from the euro. And the Madrid summit should allow us to prepare for that possibility. And that's when we will have to draft that plan B that we're starting to work out. So that's what those summits are designed to allow us to do. Should that time come, you should not fear being kicked out of the euro. You have to prepare for that possibility.
Oui.
Bonjour, donc Boris Biliad, je suis un des animateurs de la commission économie du Parti de gauche.
Hi, I'm an economist with the Parti de Gauche. Thank you very kindly for your comments, because these issues are absolutely critical, and they're also cross-cutting. How to recover lost sovereignty and what to do at institutional level. We have to break down ordoliberalism. The institutionalization of liberalism has got to be fought, and it will have to be fought in the institutional arena. Just a little bit of advertising. With Sandro Poli, we've written a book. The Economic Commission has written this book, no copyright, have no fear. It's called Dare to be Protectionist, an ecological and social emergency, because the struggle against commercial liberalism requires protectionism. This book is the result of extensive discussions with Morvan Durel and other experts. We want to recover lost industrial sovereignty. We want to find the right solutions for our currency and find concrete solutions on the commercial realm. It's only 100 pages long, and it's well worth your time. Well, okay, we duly note that ad. We have 10 minutes to conclude, so a question and then a conclusion on the part of our three guests. Welcome back. I spoke yesterday about the Tunisian debt. Your statement begs a question. I know the situation in Tunisia very well, and the institutionalization of ordoliberalism by the institutions is achieved through the administration in Tunisia, which is made up of technocrats, all trained in a single line of economic thinking. Some of them are a little bit more socialist, but the technocratic administration in Tunisia, by and large, adheres to ordoliberalism. Is this the case in Europe? If a Front de Gauche party came to power in a European country, would it be in a position in Spain or in France to fight this line of thinking? How would you work if that were the case? All right, we'll hear answers from all of you and your conclusions so that we can conclude by 1:45. My question was for Marina, says the lady who just asked the question. Go ahead. I'm not sure I understood your question. You're asking to what extent the state administration can be a brake on left-wing policies? Is that the question? Okay. Wasn't sure I got your question. Okay, that is it. Well then, no doubt about it. And still today, many municipal administrations, change has made it possible to get voted into municipal governments. Left-wing governments have taken the reins of various city halls and have been able to reverse the dynamics of the past and overcome the obstacles that oppose change. And if we were elected to the national government, we would act in the same way. If a left-wing government were voted into national office in Spain, we would be up against the same difficulties. The state is not neutral. The state itself, in its construction, is built and designed to defend certain interests. And so this is yet another obstacle that the left will have to overcome. To answer your question directly, is a complicated affair because I'd have to go into administrative sociology. But I remain optimistic in this regard. The administration by senior civil servants, people who are legitimist in their outlook. Well, in a constitutional framework, should the Constitution change and become more democratic, I don't think those senior civil servants would be an obstacle. I may be naive, but I don't fear them, in fact, and I'm fairly optimistic on that score, whereas the administrative agents in France and elsewhere are the ones who want to do their work and cannot do so, and their working conditions are deteriorating, and so is their morale. Like customs agents, who are fewer and fewer in number, are not really interested in becoming border police, nor do they want to be facilitators of economic flows. All they want to do is do their job and protect their fellow citizens against dumping of various types, and they're eagerly awaiting the opportunity to actually do their job. So I am fairly optimistic in this regard when it comes to the balance of power inside organizations. Today, I feel that on the whole, administrative agents want nothing more than to do their job, and their job has been completely challenged by the rise of ordoliberalism, this unbridled liberalism. And the Customs Administration is in the front lines here because it is in charge of regulating those flows. A quick conclusion would be that, indeed, I had to simplify my statements because of the broad nature of the topic. But let me just stress that to focus on the Plan B and the policies that could be implemented tomorrow, I would say that social transformation has got to be achieved by relying on two pillars. The one is what do we need to do? I think we all know what needs to be done. A lot of economic, tax, and environmental analyses have been conducted, so we know what the contents of the program must be. The crux of the matter now is how to proceed. And there are some long-standing taboos when it comes to what is a people and how do nations cooperate. You have to analyze the history of Europe to answer these questions, a continent where there have been conflicts in both of these arenas, and we have to look into these matters deeply. We can't leave the field to the far right. There's a real danger in France. I think there's a real danger in the UK if we leave the field open to the far right when it comes to free trade and popular sovereignty. Then the people who have sustained the most damage under the heavy yoke of free trade will suffer even more. It's necessary to act quickly, take up these issues, discuss them in details and to their logical conclusion without any fear. These are critical democratic issues that we must take up. To conclude, let me say that there is a crucial battle to be won, which is the battle of communication. There are alternatives. There is a plan. And now it's a matter of making ourselves heard over the propaganda of our adversaries. We need to create new concepts, new paradigms, new ways of communicating, find new ways of convincing our fellow citizens to topple the current system. And this is a strategic issue that we've got to work on very hard. It will be very fruitful if we're successful. Thank you. me congratulate you. I think we need to congratulate ourselves. These debates are absolutely essential to the future of the European left and to the future of the workers of Europe. There is no magic formula. We have to be crystal clear regarding our goals, regarding our international our principles, internationalism, defense of the working class. This has got to be very clear. And once these matters have been clarified, then we can find the answers. And the European left must find the answers to these questions, answer the doubts, find the right answers to guarantee the fundamental rights of the working class of Europe. If we fail to find those answers, then we will open the doors wide open for the onslaught of the far right. And that's the challenge, finding the answers to these questions, drafting multiple alternatives and building them together hand in hand with the workers of Europe. Thank you very kindly. That concludes this panel discussion. I will now hear from the next speaker. Thank you very kindly. Thank you all for having been so comprehensive.
Merci à tous de vous asseoir. Ah non. Merci à tous de vous asseoir. Pour le discours de Jean-Luc Mélenchon, merci à chacun.
Please be seated to listen to the address to be given by Jean-Luc Mélenchon. We have been on time so far at this summit meeting.
Bien, merci à tous d'avoir participé à ce sommet du plan B.
Thank you for taking part in the summit meeting of the B plan. Thank you all for taking part in the 9 roundtable meetings with those behind the call for this summit meeting, the coordinators from the left-wing parties, Jean-Luc Mélenchon, and the others. We have had representatives from over 25 countries, ambassadors, economists, deputies, intellectuals. I believe that we made a major step forward today in defending the interests of European populations and the world's population. Jean-Luc Mélenchon will conclude the summit meeting with all of us here.
Mesdames et messieurs,
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, and for many of you, my dear comrades, it's an honor for me and a relief to close our working session that lasted for 2 days. An honor because we have just drafted an historical act with the establishment of the first and only really common space, and that's totally open to all hypotheses, all contributions to pull Europe out of the deadlock in which it is locking itself in terms of human resources, the ecology, and the economy. It is a relief also because this organization was driven by militants, volunteers who made a huge effort because we had to organize it once and then a second time since the terror attacks and committed on the 30th of November that us to cancel our first meeting, and that's a lot. Like each time that you criticize parties, that must be criticized after all, as we all know, that parties also made up of volunteers, militants, men and women who are totally devoted to achieve great results with very little resources. And this common forum, the B plan that we have just set up to refer to all those who claim that there's only one policy possible in Europe and there's no other. You saw that for the past 2 days. There are many other possibilities ahead of us. There are many other development models, human progress models have been forged. And the one that has been set up today is not only is certainly the model that is the most hated amongst all the models that may be presented to the human collectivity. This forum, we hope it will have the same future, the same achievements, results, as what was obtained by the São Paulo Forum. It wasn't perfect either, but in the 90s, it already made it possible for men and women, economists, intellectuals, workers, representatives of social movements to come together to think of another future for Latin America, which at that time was being deeply impacted by the destruction of societies due to structural adjustments and their costs. Europeans are so believe that they are irreplaceable, number one in everything. No, the policy that's been set up today in Europe was first tried out in sub-Saharan Africa by the World Bank and by the IMF before being applied to Latin America and then to Europe, where it was rolled out very ferociously, because this is where we found the first inventors of the method, and it was based on the successive martyrs of several peoples. To give the example in the fact that no one can ever escape from the Iron Heel, with the famous, based on the famous book by Jack London, which is still very fresh in our minds. After the Paris meeting, there will be the Madrid meeting. After the Madrid meeting, we hope that there'll be the Berlin meeting, and I'll come back to that later on. The terms and conditions for our B plan is such that it must be enriched by its own experience, and it should remain as it is today, totally open, without any preconceived political ideas against anyone whatsoever, from any current whatsoever, provided that your progresses and provided that the initial condition is adhered to as a part of the budgetary treaty in Europe. No progressive policy is possible otherwise. This space must remain open, and it should belong to no one, not just any person in particular, but by no party or no celebrity. This is why it was such a great pleasure for us to be at this time with this first conference under the moral authority of Zoe Constantipoulou, who, as the president of the Greek Assembly, we thought that she was an extremely representative image of what we are. She's not a member of any party. That makes it so much easier for us to accept what she has to say. And because she has an agenda at this parliament in this first era of Syriza, the first and the last era, we could say, because we must admit the idea that those who call themselves Syriza today are not what we saw at the outset. But in the meantime, it was this sublime moment that we have all experienced. We all thought that the history of Europe and the history of the world would be overthrown once again by the peoples who invented democracy and were the first to put it into application. History went in a different direction, but our hope, our wish to battle, to fight, you must understand that we'll never give in. Zoe truly embodies these people who never sacrifice themselves, their position or their eminence. They'll never sacrifice them to their ideals. Having said that, let me tell you to what extent I regret the lack of time and the lack of so many people. We are friends of democracy, from the free debate, European enthusiasm. As I'd have enjoyed having here those who are in favor of yes, to discover that those in favor of the B plan are not all terrible animals who are unable to think of the future. They're extremely learned people here with great responsibilities, so as the President of the Parliament, but also Ministers of Finance, like Oscar Lafontaine or our comrade Facina. No, you have not come here to hear all of that. You didn't come to speak with us, and yet this meeting was open to you, as we told you. Oh, that's so unfortunate. But I can tell you one thing. I'm ready to take part with my comrades, Jacques Généreux, and the others in any meeting organized by the socialists or their right-wing variants, meaning Les Républicains, or whomever. We're ready to go everywhere to explain why the only sustainable project for the future of Europe is, and the cooperation of peoples, is to break away from the current treaties. We'll propose that modestly because we're not Jean Arobon. No, we will propose solutions to recall the fact that in the country of methodical doubt, because we are the land of Descartes, in the country of methodical doubting, oh, what a wonderful day it would be, the day where for one moment, for 1 second, for a tiny second, they would have a doubt in the wall of their certainties of acting for the well-being of others, if only through force. And therefore, since we are at the forefront of a future line, because we are that flame of liberty that can never be extinguished. The liberty of the mind. We don't accuse others of being the enemies of liberty, but the liberty of the mind, the liberty of consciousness, the mother of all liberties. My thought turned towards, and I think I'm expressing the thought of many of you, towards those who right now are coming together to defend liberty. Our comrades from HDP in Turkey who are now coming to the end of their Congress, and many of us are represented there. To our comrades from HDP who survived the most ferocious repression by the Turkish government, and they told us that they were moderate Islamists, and we're discovering that you can also have moderate fascists, and we never believed it. Well, we can see what has happened, and Europe has abandoned all those in favor of liberty, suffering from the Turkish government, provided that it agrees to be the Coast Guard of exiles and refugees, preventing them from go in the direction which they wanted to go. And this is why we'll forgive it everything, and we'll pay it to act as the Coast Guards of Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, if we're standing here together at the very first forum, it is because we are reasonable people, peaceful people. People are ready to imagine the future as something else apart from unending suffering. And we are scared to see the old continent plunged once again into the abysses that it was so difficult for it to extirpate itself from the last time. How will we find a solution to this crisis? My comrades from Argentina asked me, you, the progressists in Europe, you're very good at telling us what form of socialism is the right one. To criticize Chavism or castrism, or to criticize Krishnaism. You have all sorts of arguments, but we just want to ask you, let us do our socialism in Latin America, but tell us how you plan to get out of your crisis, because each time you enter a crisis, you, not only don't you find a solution, but you force the world at large to solve it with you in world wars. There's once again a danger of world wars, and the specific contribution of Europe to increase dangers is quite patent. The European deadlocks are contributions to increased dangers of world war. I will speak about them briefly, but you all have it before you. After the wonderful sentences, the wonderful statements made about Europe protecting you from this and that, you, in front of your eyes, you have the failures. Just take a look at how your opponents are so perfect in the art of using their own turpitudes. Look at the crisis of the refugees. It's a few weeks ago, a few months ago, all of you, your hearts were broken when you look at the child drowned on the beach. All of you ask yourself questions. But what system are we living in where such a horror is possible? Everyone fell, but who should we challenge? Who are the people letting them pass through? Who made these people flee? Whereas here, we already heard the comments made by people who are xenophobe, who are saying, throw them in the sea, push them away, we don't want them. And we say, but you are making them leave because of your policies, because of your wars. You're making them leave, and when they arrive, you want to get them out again, and you claim that they're coming to call us to get rid of them and to try to stir up the flame of racism. You remember that terrible image and the consciousness that started to grow, and it was fortified in the analysis of the deep-seated causes that produce such a situation. There are so many who say that, yes, it is true. Misery does not come from the skies or wars due to exploitation, human resources, imperialism. The advanced consciousness today, the image of the refugees proposed to us as a replacement is that of the rapists in Köln. Rapists who would allow you, allow you to hate, to show no compassion because you identify these thousands of refugees to these rapists. And you are called upon to answer the question as to what you think about this. How do you dare ask us what we think about this? We dare think that we condemn crime, and rape is a crime, and we condemn crime even when there are extenuating circumstances, and in this case there are none. We condemn crime, but we condemn all criminals, and we will not reserve our condemnation to some crimes only. We condemn them all, and we wish to get rid of the causes for them. We agree to condemn crime, but not to hold a religion or nationality responsible, as if we too do not have criminals in our so-called developed and advanced societies. What we're saying here is not an extenuating circumstance. Rapists must be punished severely and must be punished in the same way all those who contribute in any crime whatsoever here or there, and the criminals who trigger wars, criminals who cause suffering, criminals who cause death in our countries due to austerity policies, leading to a situation with actual life expectations dropping in all developed societies. They too must be condemned and punished cruelly and severely. Let us say severely will it be enough. Deadlocks, we've seen deadlocks in the refugee crisis. Just take a look at the power, the importance of the European bureaucracy that knows everything about everything. Look at all the brains in Brussels and Strasbourg who know what's good for us and how we should organize things better than us, because we're just barbarians and we understand nothing about the needs of progress. Look at the huge mass of bureaucratic insects who must manage 120,000 people. Or 800,000 people. Just think about it. And in 6 months' time, we're able to relocate 297. And that's all out of the 120,000, which was the goal set. These are the important people who claim morning and evening that we'd live better without the state. And at the time when they call on the public authorities, which is the embodiment, which is unable to cope with any problem because they have no real will, no goal apart from deregulation, disorganization of our societies so as to capture profits in all areas, and it's their own mental and human horizon. This is why I would like to seize this opportunity in my speech to tell you that if you were able to realize to what extent Zoe and Fascina, Massimo, Stefano that is, and Oscar Lafontaine. Let me tell you that I have the feeling of honoring my mandate as a European deputy. And not only myself, but my colleagues who stand here, Nicola Osultis from Greece, from the Unité Populaire Party, Konstantin Kuneva from Syriza, Fabio De Masi from Die Linke in Germany, Marina Albiol from Spain, Izquierda Unida, Javier Cudo from Spain, Izquierda Unida, Miguel Urbano from Spain, from Podemos, Lola Sanchez from Spain, Podemos, Barbara Spinelli from Italy. We are deputies. We are the representatives of the people, and in what we are doing here today, we are accomplishing our task as the people's representatives, and it didn't cost one euro cent to the European Union. It was organized by us, based on our own resources. We're doing our work as European deputies. The work of a European deputy who's a progressist is to alert, whistleblow, make you think, reflect. I was not appointed a civil servant of the European Parliament, and I do not restrict my activities as an MP to just signing the attendance sheets. I believe that deputies are accountable for their political acts. My main activities as a European deputy does not consist in raising my hand time and time again for an hour and a half during a session, several times per minute, to vote on texts, 70% of which have no legislative value whatsoever, because it is just a comedy, a caricature of a parliament that we have. And 70% of the texts have no legislative value. And above all, on important matters, we have no power. The European Parliament cannot debate on the internal market. The European Parliament cannot find solution to two essential causes of the moral, spiritual, intellectual problem in Europe: competition between all peoples and putting peoples in competition to each other, citizens, producers, men, women, regions, everyone competing against everyone else, thereby creating in Europe a shock wave, tearing nation states apart as well as societies. You may vote 70% of texts brought before the European Parliament in your club of collectioners of camembert cheese, it would have exactly the same result. It would be considered as a strange occupation, because in actual fact that is a strange activity. And there's less and less democracy in actual fact. I spoke about the refugee crisis, but I could also speak with you about the contribution that's particularly detrimental of the European Union to the environmental crisis. We are the very first, the #1 production region in the world. 25% of our objects produced under all circumstances. We just hosted COP21. As a Frenchman, I'm proud about the success of French diplomacy, and I'm delighted to see that so many countries ultimately accepted the text that will soon be ratified as of April in each country, and we can start to see who will sign after having said yes and who will not sign. But in the meantime, what's the European Union doing during that time apart from wonderful statements? Because as you all know, for the climate crisis to be eradicated, or limited rather, global warming should not exceed figures by 1.5%. And the text in COP21 provides for 2 degrees, and the commitment of the states that have signed reaches 3 degrees. After the meeting, those who have presented their papers, saying it's wonderful, patting each other on the back, they had decided that a whole host of countries would be eliminated from the map in the next 20 years, or even before, quite simply because they would be flooded. So that is the level of irresponsibility. And what is the powerful European Union doing? It invented the carbon market. In other words, a market of rights to pollute. Yes, rights to pollute. Not to breathe pure air, to pollute. A market that, of course, has become immediately speculative and collapsed on several occasions. And those who chat and make long statements, so enabling the use of nuclear throughout Europe and beyond, encouraging nuclear production as one of the articles from the EU that can be exported. And those who make negative comments, what are they doing? Yes, we're entitled to call on the #1 economic power in Europe, namely the German government, and ask it if this is compatible with its commitments to develop lignite extraction, the most polluting form of coal, the most polluting coal that we know of, with open sky mines, destroying villages and polluting the atmosphere, and that we will need to breathe in, even here in Paris. And on all of this, silence and patting themselves on their backs. Nicolas Hulot, at any rate, I believe he spoke very crudely and said things plainly when he said, it cannot be said that Europe has helped us a lot during COP21. He added that the leaders pretend that they do not understand that the TAFTA treaty is incompatible with the regulation that will have to be set up to stick to our climate commitments. I thank him for saying that TAFTA is incompatible with any type of reasonable human activity. And to establish a link with what I just said, he concludes by saying, I hope that the European Union, we too, will quickly revise its carbon market system because it was truly a total joke. And we can add a bad joke in absolute terms. In addition to this ecological crisis, you know that we have the economy that's falling apart in the old continent. You may say it's irrational, but anyone can see that what's taking place here is irrational, but there's a reason to it, because every day it allows the production of millions of profits in interbank exchanges and in capital accumulation. If we were to look at the current form of Europe, we know very well that it's the current form of organization of the capitalist production model on the old continent, but we're looking at what is presented to us as reasonable tools, and we're saying that they are not, and we have others who present that are far more reasonable, quite simply because we feel that we are capable, at least, of taking stock of other people's failure. When the life expectancy is declining, when the living conditions are losing out, the least you can do is to try to do something else. And from that point on, I want our voices to be heard without any preconceived ideas. They stop laughing at us and listen to us. How can we show that we can live better with a different policy? Just take a look. We have never stopped saying that we must inject public funds so as to help the old economy and the old continent recover under sustainable conditions in terms of the environment, if we set up ecological planning goals. It's because we want to bring out environmental change of the production means that we need to cater to the duty of capital accumulation in our societies, and therefore to start to develop our activities. We are the great movement of order books. We are not proposing to entrepreneurs to reduce social contributions or to care for the employees less well or educate the engineers less well. This absurd proposal is made by the liberals. They're saying that we will relieve you of all these expenditures, but these expenditures cannot be discussed because for the economy to operate, for the human work to be carried out reasonably, people must be in good health. They must be decently educated. They must be able to have a personal life, enabling them to include work as one of the forms of their fulfillment, as not as a form of slavery or reducing self-esteem, as is the case today. We have constantly been saying this time and time again, and they've always told us that we are living beyond our means. It's as Zoe said yesterday, what Greek has a feeling that they lived above their means over the past 10 years? Show him to us. It's the same thing for us. Show us. The French people have been living above their means. We can show you them. We can show you French people who have been living not above their means, but above our means, because they're taking the wealth from us. They're taking our wealth. And we can present to you the people who are the results of all of this, because maybe you don't know it in this room. You are too delicate. But I've met people who have told me, Mr. Mélenchon, I don't mind the fact that you have rich people. What bothers me is that you have poor people. What? You can't see the link between both? Don't you get it? Mr. Mélenchon, you won't tell us, after all, that it's international finance that's stealing from the poor. There's nothing for them, nothing to get from their pockets. And they leave happy with themselves, with the feeling that, well, of self-satisfaction that's so characteristic of the wealthy classes, those who eat and satisfy their hunger, sleeping on their roof, those who can warm their houses, whose children can go to schools. And we congratulate them on all of that. We're happy for them. But what about people? Here in France, this great country, so rich, the earth we proclaimed, something we can share with all of humanity, liberty, equality, fraternity. Don't you have something to say? The fact that 560 persons per year die at their workstation, and you never hear them say once why and how. Those who have accumulated the price of their death. Faster and faster, less precautions, more and more. What, you have nothing to say about the fact that 460 people died of cold and hunger during the last year? Isn't that linked to the ultra accumulation? How is it that we can't receive them? How is it that we can't house them? How is it that we can't feed these 40 children who died in the streets? I heard once that he's exaggerating. I mean, always exaggerating, you know that. I said that there were 31,000 children who didn't have a roof above their heads. Immediately, they react by drawing up a memorandum sent out in the social media. He's exaggerating. Calculate, ladies and gentlemen. Do you know this? I must admit it. I exaggerated. It is true. It is true that there's only 30,000, and not 31,000. You can clearly see how I'm exaggerating and urging people to over-exaggerate the drama. Now, this society has become blind to misery, to suffering. And you can say that the life expectation has declined, that thousands of Greeks have committed suicide. Do you know that at the Central Hospital in Athens, we no longer have products for chemotherapy? Did you know that? So you say that I exaggerate. We find that in private hospitals. Yes, it's true. There are private hospitals, but you also have dispensaries where you can find it. Because our comrades, militants, are doing their job in getting those drugs, traveling with them. Is it normal for us to have reached there, now there Europe that protects us so well? Is it normal for us to treat the Greeks as being lazy people, profiteers, cheaters, when they're in that situation? Is it normal for those who claim that they're like that make fun of their corruption. And yet these are the people who corrupt. When the German government, when will it give back to the Greek government the people who corrupted politicians in Greece? When will we have a list of foreign accounts accumulating fortunes that were taken away, stolen from the Greeks? That would be justice. European Union, since 2008, has been paying 2,500 billion in cash. But instead of giving that amount so that the real economy can work, all of that has evaporated in the financial spheres. Ask yourselves why. Why is it that you can put 2,500 billion euros and you can never find a single cent to manufacture, to make a piece of bread or to build a house, or to carry out any normal and healthy activity that will be keeping normal human beings occupied? Why? Because the capitalist system in our times is characterized by the domination of a huge financial bubble where profit rates are the multiple of profit rates that could be carried out through real production, and therefore they continue to pay out as much as they wish. That money will continue to go towards the bubble, nourishing lots of people, by the way. Every month, central banks put 60 billion euros on the table, not for governments, but to buy back from private banks the government bonds. Did you know what happens then? You have understood, I'm sure. Did you know that they're saying to bankers that, listen, you have rotten money, bad money. Okay, your paper is worth nothing. Of course, they know that the debt can never be redeemed. Didn't you know that? No one will ever pay the debt back. Never. It's unpayable. And therefore, these people are announcing that it is a permanent, eternal suffering forever. 4 generations. The debt can only increase naturally. Because is this a reasonable behavior to look at this phenomenon being rolled out without doing anything to prevent it? We are proposing that if we're so orderly, we're looking at increasing disorder. What are they proposing? That this martyrdom will continue endlessly. I will come back to money, don't you worry. A while ago, I was saying that they found 247 or 292 people, I can't remember exactly, from the wave of refugees. But, dear friends, this is the second wave of refugees. But you haven't heard about the first wave. Never, 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 never. You saw the queues of people carrying their children in their arms, being beaten, gassed. You didn't see the other refugees. You know who they are? Those who left Europe. Over 1 million people have left Spain since the start of the structural adjustment policies. And as the students I saw in Madrid say when I entered the university, the first billboard I saw read, "Exile is the first cruelty you're inflicting upon us." Did you know that 500,000 people have left Greece? Do you know, Oscar was saying that yesterday, that he left Portugal, the equivalent of the population of as if 4 million people were to live in exile. In Germany, there was a larger wave of European migration than the refugees coming into our borders. We hear nothing about them, host countries. A lot of people go to Germany, skilled workers, but lots of others have left to Latin America. El Morales said, it's amazing. You are chasing people from our country to go to your country, and those from your country come to our country, and you're continuing to chase away those from our country going to your country? It's unheard of. It's unheard of. It's up to us to make all the efforts go and come.
So, as I was saying, they have spent all that money, and all for nothing. Well, do you know what happens when the central banker goes and knocks on the door of the private banker and says, knock, knock, good morning, I'm Mario Draghi. I used to be at the bank that you've heard of. We were stealing from Greece, and now we're looking after all of Europe because we're highly qualified in lying and smoke and mirrors. So we're here to buy your state debt, which has become worthless, your junk state debt, which is worth nothing, it's just going to turn into dust. And then what happens, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, I forgot something. No, just before, he had said, okay, I'm putting on the table here 600 billion. He'd already given $1 trillion and no one had even noticed. 600 billion, and this is what, no, 400 billion, 400 billion. Saying, look, dear banks, I will buy your mortgage bonds. Because you know what people are like when you lend them money? They lose their job. They don't want to pay you back. You know, you never know which way this could go, probably south. So if you re-inject this into the real economy, there you go. 400 billion, not 400 billion for the French Republic, ladies and gentlemen, leaders of Greece. No, 400 billion for the bankers. And then what happened? Did they hurl themselves on that 400 billion and throw away their junk mortgage bonds? You know, those worthless loans that they extended to you, worthless people who never paid them back. What did they do with that money? They said, oh, no, no, thank you. No, that's quite all right. No, thanks. No, thank you. Because what you're asking us to do in exchange is to invest in the real economy. We're not interested in doing that. So the central banker went home with his money, which nobody wanted, and then went around and knocked on doors saying, hi, I'm Mario Draghi. I've got trillion. You can have 60 billion a month, but give us the state debt because, you know, you're never going to get your money back. Do the bankers say? Do they say, oh, hi, welcome, Mr. Draghi. Yes, we were just trying to get rid of this worthless state bond. No, they said, no, we find this quite worthwhile. They serve to back our securitization, so we'll hang on to these state bonds. And private bankers across Europe have refused to hand over their state debt, you know, the treasury bonds that they are constantly complaining about, saying that people need to work harder because the debt is not going to be paid off, and this is all worthless paper. The same people complaining refuse to sell those treasury bonds to the central bank against hard cash, in exchange for hard cash. Who is the reasonable party here? The one saying that this crazy system has got to end, or the person saying that it's got to continue? Well, obviously, the only sane person is the person saying this has got to end. Is Europe protecting us here? No. A few days ago, day before yesterday, in fact, we sat while most incredible reports were read out. We were wondering whether we could believe our ears. What had been decided? Well, that henceforth, when a bank has got a loan outstanding, perhaps your mortgage or your personal loan to buy a moped or yours to buy whatever, that bank can take your loan, cut it up into bits, and glue them onto other small bits of other things and make securities out of those small bits of loans. So banks have been allowed to enter into the cycle that led us into trouble in the first place, the one that we tried to end so unsuccessfully. This was voted just last week. Last week, when everybody was staggered by the stock market crisis, by the threat of the collapse of stock markets, well, just last week, they voted this through. So who's sane? I ask you, are they the realists or are we the realists? Everything is topsy-turvy. When money is more important than human requirements, clearly things are topsy-turvy. Because what matters the most in the lives of humans is their requirements, not money. Money is a tool in their hands to fulfill their requirements. So this analysis shows that there's been a failure of democracy. You didn't see it coming. You didn't believe it would happen. You thought I was exaggerating. You failed to understand that in order to conduct such policies, you have to consistently pull the wool over people's eyes and try to convince them that, no, they're not being run roughshod over. But sometimes people just come to an end of what they can pay for. Like the Spanish, they can no longer pay for their apartments. Everything is already taken from them, even the air they breathe. What more is there to take from them? And that's when people rebel. That's why the economic model that applies to Europe necessarily leads to a decrease in freedoms. Neoliberalism, or its German version, ordoliberalism, are necessarily systems that will end in totalitarianism. And when I say totalitarianism, I am weighing carefully what I say. The chairman of the commission, Mr. Juncker, has warned everyone. He said that there can be no democratic decision against the European treaties, which means that any attempt to challenge them is criminal. And you've seen the violence against Cyprus. We had sounded the alarm. We said that if National Assembly rejected a memorandum, an austerity memorandum. Not a single person voted for it. Not a single right-wing MP even voted for the memorandum. And liquidity was shut off to obtain the capitulation of the parliament in the space of 10 days. Well, that creates an unacceptable precedent. And I say that those who accept this for Cyprus will accept this tomorrow for France. I don't accept it for France. I can't accept it for Cyprus. Well, the same method was tested out in Cyprus and then inflicted on the Greeks to bring them to their knees. And the same will be applied to Spain, to Italy, and to France, should they dare to do so. Total violence, an act of war to cut off the liquidity available to a country that runs counter to international treaties. And it's not just a matter of the major arenas seeing the end of democracy. It can be seen at all levels. Who has asked for the intermediate echelons to be done away with in democracy? Municipal authorities and local authorities and territorial authorities that have been built up over thousands of years at the end of the Roman Empire. Small cities sprang up with their own governments. The local authority is the first arena for democracy in Europe. Well, these authorities have been reduced. They call this the layer cake because they're so greedy. And they said we had to do away with this layer cake. Too many layers of democracy, they said. Let's make things simple. And these middle echelons in the local authorities are democratic echelons, and they had to be done away with. And that's what happened in Greece. The right-wing government had run a referendum to get the first austerity memorandum passed, as Zoe explained. Well, it's the same here. François Hollande dreamed up the simplification law. Then before it was enforced, he simplified it. Now we have 13 regions in France. Nobody's ever heard of them. Nobody knows what they look like. Nobody knows where their borders lie. That's democracy in France, democracy at work. Now, we will never allow this to happen because there is no justification for this sort of thing. We are the heirs. In France, we are the heirs of Jean Jaurès. And let me quote him. He said, political democracy is expressed in one central concept or a single idea: political sovereignty of the people. End of quote. Well, if you choose between the sovereignty of the people and the Strasbourg Parliament, I think it's an easy choice. I opt for the sovereignty of the people. If to choose between the euro and the sovereignty of the people, I will opt for the sovereignty of the people because I'm a Republican, I'm a Democrat, and I'm in favor of progress, just as you are. And we will always make the same choice. The choice will be in favor of democracy of the people. There is no higher truth than that. Neither revealed nor economic truth. No truth is higher than democracy. And we are sometimes the victims of that misconception. Ladies and gentlemen, our compatriots would know nothing of the euro if they didn't have euros in their pockets. The only concrete manifestation you have of the existence of the euro is the euro coin in your pocket. And so you are led to believe that the euro is Europe and that our peoples are so kindly, so peace-loving that they're prepared to endure all sorts of sacrifices and hang on to what unites us to the others. So this attachment to euro is not attachment to order liberalism, it's attachment to other Europeans. It's the perverted form of European affection and our desire for peace. Wake up, dear friends. The euro is not equal, is not tantamount to Europe. There are 9 members of the European Union that do not use the euro as currency. So the euro is not the same as Europe. Airbus would never have come into existence with the current budget treaties because you couldn't get cash advances. they would have been seen as subsidizing production. Ariane Espace, oh, that magnificent European rocket. Well, had Europe existed when that program got started, there would have been no European rocket. Erasmus came into existence before the euro, and European countries that don't use the euro are members of Erasmus. So cooperation between states is unrelated to the euro. Can you give me one example, just one of a collective achievement of the European Union of the euro? Just give me one magnificent success that we will have scored thanks to the euro. Just one example. Nothing. You've destroyed everything. You've turned everything into merchandise, and what is not yet a commodity you want to commoditize. You're all market neurotics. The euro is not a little piece of your fellow Europeans' heart. The euro is a link in our chains, the chains that bind us. Let us behave reasonably, and we are reasonable. There are several plan Bs. There's not just one plan B, and it is critical that we, who often stand for elections and who do hope to lead our countries at some point in the future, it's critical that we have on our shelves several hypotheses ready to be tested, because the balance of power is not the same depending on whether you're Slovenia or Greece, 2% of the European economy, or France, 18% of the European economy. France, with the French National Institution, 20% of the mass of euros lie in our hands, so we're in a different situation. The French Plan B could be far more daring than the Slovenian Plan B. Not that the Slovenians are not brave, but just that they don't enjoy the same balance of power as we do. The balance of power is something we need to consider carefully. People say, look, in Portugal, they voted in a socialist government. Look at Spain. They may be signing an agreement with the socialists. Mr. Mélenchon, why don't you do the same? Because it was beneficial to our colleagues, but you don't get the point. You have to really feel for Portugal, where the Socialist Party was the lackey and has changed its attitude. Our friends in Portugal have reached a level of support that made them a force to be reckoned with. Same in Spain. The PSOE, which was the lapdog of European policies, has now had to recognize that there's a lot of support for their new friends on the left. So the balance of power is how things can be changed. Don't forget that. If reality seems to be moving in the right direction in Spain and Portugal, well, let's do the same everywhere. Let us do what it takes to get our parties higher up in terms of popular support. Why am I challenging you on this score? Because 2017 is going to be a critical year for the future of Europe. For one thing, because the end of this year, you're totally unaware of this, of course, the end of this year, the Conference of the Five Presidents. You ever heard of that? Does that mean anything to you? Come on, let's think. Chairman of the European Central Bank, chairman of the Eurogroup, chairman of the Council of Governments, chairman of the permanent president, and the chairman of the commission. You didn't know that we had all those chairmen and presidents? You didn't? Just to run political Europe, there are three. Chairman of the council, chairman of the commission, and the standing chairman of the council. That's three. There are three chairmen, three presidents. So those five people, taken all together, put forward a proposal. You haven't heard of it? Well, what's going on? No one's warned you? No one's informed you? The people who are not here today didn't inform you? Those people, 8 people, will be putting forward by the end of this year a new blueprint for Europe, a new organization for Europe. And between now and June, they will be speeding up the integration process. Isn't that fantastic? Isn't that good news? And nobody warned you. How sad that such a wonderful turn of events was in store. And then they will be putting forward a new organization of the treaties. They'll just start all over again. New treaties. Going further in the integration of Europe that protects us. Yes, indeed, in 2017, all of these wonderful developments will take place. You will not be informed about them. You won't be told anything until the last minute. just as with the Transatlantic Treaty, which started back in 1996. And before I started to criticize it, before I included it in my 2009 platform, and a few grassroots organizations started to talk about it, whereas whenever Europe is mentioned, everybody falls asleep because everybody knows it's a lie, a fat lie. Besides, nobody understands anything about these matters. You know, those 5 chairmen plus 3, nobody understands who they are, what they do. But we sounded the alarm. We said, watch out, TAFTA is coming. And they changed its name 3 times. It used to be the Great Transatlantic Market. Then it was TIPP. Then it was TAFTA. And tomorrow it will be given another name just to keep you confused. And those people who try to take an interest have to spend a tremendous amount of energy trying to keep track of all this gobbledygook, this double-speak that drips out of these European treaties. And it is our duty to keep track of these things. Well, in 2017, Europe will once again be taken up in the process of changing its constitution. Is there anything you can do about that? No. In principle, no. You will be allowed to applaud once it's done. You will be fully free to agree. And you will be at liberty to object, providing your objections are reasonable and in line with the contents of the treaty. 3 million people have petitioned for a new round of discussions regarding TAFTA. The Commission looked at that petition and tossed it out, saying it was not within its scope of powers. So we're allowed to petition, but that's the sort of result you can hope for. And if you were naive enough to believe that that petition would serve any purpose, well, too bad for you. In 2017, there will be 2 decisive elections. Decisive because they are going to challenge the 2 biggest European powers. There will be a French election and a German election. Let me start with the German election. Please be aware of something and never forget this. German politics is the lock on liberal Europe, not because it's German, but because it's ordo-liberal. The Germans have been extraordinarily resistant, have resisted the xenophobic temptations in recent years, but this will not last forever. The German people are not to be blamed. They have supported the politics that was most favorable to the older generation, accumulating surpluses that are absolutely shameful because the German surpluses are the poverty of others. But never forget the following. As we speak, right now, today, here and now, the crisis could end. The European crisis could end, providing the German Social Democratic Party exited the coalition that it has entered into with the right wing, and providing it agreed to set up a majority that exists in the ranks of the Bundestag with the Green Party and Die Linke. There is an alternative majority in Germany. They could implement a different policy, and it's just because they have refused to set up an alliance with the left and have continued to remain in the coalition with the right that nothing can be done. And it's the same in Spain. Never forget that the theory of the lesser evil, which is what leads to this type of election, will then lead to the implementation of the worst of the worst. We thought there was no worse alternative than Sarkozy. Well, there was, and now we have a name for it. It's called Hollande, as we have duly noted. Retirements, wages, living conditions, homeless deaths. There was worse than Sarkozy, and it is here. In Eastern Europe, they used to joke around and say, let's stay optimistic. The worst is still possible. In 2017, important developments will occur because the 2 peoples in the 2 most powerful economic countries will be voting. Now, I will not go on at length, boring you with French politics. It's very hard to translate a lot of the Franco-French ins and outs. So I'll be brief. Isn't it incredible that there are political campaigns left and right all over the country? There are some right-wing, far right-wing candidates, socialist candidates. In other words, everyone who agrees with the European Union system is running for election. And anyone who's against it is asked to kindly stay home and not run for election and watch TV and look at who's wearing the nicest tie and whose hair is the most mussed up. You know, because the more mussed up the hairdo, the more appealing. So the question is, we need to renew our ideas, renew our practices. If all of those people, including Europe Écologie Les Verts, if they all agree on the European budget discussions, if they're all excited about extending this magic process, what room is left for us? We have nothing in common with these people. What we have in common with them is that we're supposed to belong to the same genetic historic code. And that binds us. The left, we're all part of the left. The fancy left that can cross borders without having to go to the exchange office, the currency exchange office, and can enjoy comfortable rates to vacation in Greece or the Czech Republic. But sorry, no, that is no longer our political camp. We have nothing in common with those policies, nothing in common with those politics. What we do have connections with is the community that seeks to serve the interests of the working class and the people. We have been part of the left for all our lives, and henceforth we say we are of the people, and we want to be nothing more than of the people, and we despise anyone who wants to be anything else. And in speaking thus, without realizing it, we quote Maximilien Robespierre and the first and great revolution whose shockwaves can still be felt. I will now conclude, dear friends, and say that the Forum of Plan B will henceforth be a standing conference. We have all agreed on that principle. There will be a small coordination structure set up, which will make it possible to make sure that the organization work can be conducted smoothly. You have to get interpreters. You need a lot of volunteer activists. In Spain, they were extremely ambitious. We didn't know how this would all work out, so we were thinking of organizing a conference that would not be open to the public. The panel discussions would not be open to the public. We wanted to meet in small groups because we didn't feel that we were well enough organized to throw the doors open to the public. In Spain, they said, look, if the kickoff meeting is a success in Paris, then we will throw open the doors to the public. And that's what they did. What they failed to anticipate is that in one day, the guest list was full. Thousands of Spaniards wanted to attend, wanted to speak out. Citizens, people in grassroots movements, trade unionists, people came from all horizons. And if the media would sit up and listen, we would be in a far better situation. You know, Spaniards are human beings. They're highly educated. They're very interested in these matters. And French people, too, are interested in these topics. In Spain, they're going to need our help in organizing the meeting, just as we need your financial help. I hope that when you leave the room, you will leave a contribution, because this was an expensive conference. And I want to thank the Parti de Gauche that very generously funded this meeting. Their activists have been keeping order in the room. And so we want to thank all of the people who attended and organized this meeting. Thank you all very kindly. We are Republicans. I speak for our Spanish comrades, so they can't answer me. I'm taking advantage of that. We are not concerned only with what's good for each of us individually. We're concerned with the respect of the rule of democracy. Rule of democracy is that people have to pay to explain what's good for them. And if there's a large pie, then there'll be huge crumbs lost. If we have small pies, then there won't be enough to go around. That's the old capitalist doctrine. The rich fatten the poor, as we've all noticed. And we agree, because we're Republicans and Democrats, we agree to the rule of majority. It's crazy to see how people vote, isn't it? You're voting against your own interests. You're voting for people who are going to slit your throats, who scorn you, who are robbing you blind or lying to you, trampling you, and who say, you're going to win the lottery. The number of millionaires is on the rise everywhere. 1 or 2 new millionaires. Why worry about a few thousand more poor? But I've said this all before. So, okay, this is the way democracy works. But our concern is, first and foremost, what's good for everyone, the general human interest. That is our slogan. In Madrid, we will be working on these matters. So, again, I said I was going to conclude. I'm going to conclude with a certain amount of lyricism and symbolism. I'm going to call on our Spanish friends. Where's my list? I want you to hear their names again. Marina Albiol. Could you please come to the stage? Marina sits in front of me at the European Parliament, so I look at how she votes all the time. Javier has left. He's left, okay. Miguel Urban. MP from Podemos. He sits behind me in the place of public liaison. Lola Sanchez, Spanish MP, Podemos. Look at them closely. You will be relying on them for some time yet. They are young and they're here to stay for a while. So I wanted to pass the baton symbolically. How should I do it? With this. This is a handmade carnation. Handmade. Who gave it to me? The Russian brothers and sisters. Nice, isn't it? You know, nowadays, you have to rely on your friends. So here's my red carnation. It's going to be the baton, because there are presidential elections today in Portugal. Our Portuguese brothers and sisters are not here today, not because they didn't want to be here, but because they're up to the neck in the presidential battle. And this is the symbol of the revolution of the carnations in Portugal. We've always been in the camp of freedom. We want to stay there. And here you are, dear brothers and sisters. I hereby give you this carnation.